Oh, you know what? I'm gonna try another trick that I do often.
This is such a weird head.
Back and forth, back and forth, back and forth.
Like, I feel like if it's not already, should be like the official art form of Burning Man.
Wow, yeah, that's awesome. So handsome, oh my goodness.
Alright, like I said, now I'm gonna start going in with darker colors.
Didn't think about this being so fluffy. That there'd be so many little shapes I gotta get in there. Right, I have to draw a color. I do not care. Odd mixes of color. Oh geez, I got sidetracked. I had a story. Kinda hot mess. In the best way. What? It was foreshortened and all that. But then he puts the dang shit. I grew up being absolute dork. I'm an actor, musician, an artist. You're a chaos goblin that will be drawing. I am locked out of any other layer. And I am here for a live stream. Thank you for joining.
Hello, my friends, and welcome to another episode of Live with LavaSub. I am LavaSub. You can call me Weston. I prefer it. It's a real name. I have an assortment of noisemakers / art objects that I'm going to use today to entertain and delight. And work on this mask. You saw me work on this last week. I was going to actually work on it off stream, but the thicker parts of it, especially in the cheeks, were basically still, I mean, they're still like, I can push down with enough force and it'll actually continue molding some of the beard, I guess. Yeah, I've got some ideas for this, some big ideas, but I decided I needed to just continue letting this come together in its own way, and that means we need more of basically the same right now. We're not mixing up new color, we're mixing up the same color, and we're adding it predominantly onto the parts that we've already added it into. I want to continue this, this ridge here that I've already started at the kind of the bridge of the nose and upwards towards the, in this area. Essentially, I want to continue building this ridge up on that end of it. I'm over-explaining now. First thing I need to do is mix up some paint. So, you'll notice that I'm not using the neon green that I had last week. And that's for a number of reasons. But ultimately, I just want this to be a bit greener. This ended up a little bit on the blue end of things, and I've got a little bit of sap green, kind of like a foresty kind of green. I mean, why am I explaining a color you can see? But yeah, I'm going to start off with that as our base and kind of work up from there. I noticed that with the neon green, it got really white really fast, especially with all the mediums added into it. And like, it was a good base to start from. I didn't want to go too dark or too intense with the color, the first layer. Pardon me. And yeah, so yeah, I kind of just went with the flow there and let this kind of more bluish green, kind of maybe aqua, maybe minty, I don't know what you call it. Let that color kind of just play and happen. So I've got all my same tools, kind of just in a different arrangement as I had last week, or than I had last week. And I just want to start mixing this up. So I'm going to first grab that chunky, flexible modeling paste. I'm going to get a whole bunch of it on a palette knife, put it on this palette paper. I think I did off stream, kind of in relation to this project, though not necessarily having anything to do with this project, was I peeled off a bunch of the paint from last week after it dried. So I have this nice, like, flat layer of just speckly this color, essentially just hanging out, waiting to be used in some kind of project. Me and my partner tend to try and use every little bit we can out of our art supplies because they are not cheap. Hit my Venmo if you want to help me keep making these. fun things. Yeah, and we were talking a little bit about it, about what to use this for in the future. So yeah, maybe we'll do it right here on stream. Who knows? Got quite a bit. Do I need all that much right now? Well, yes. Long story short, yes, we do. Oh, nice and tight. All right. So I'm gonna add in this blended fibers medium. I don't remember if I actually used it last week. I might have forgot, honestly. I had it out and ready to use, but I don't know if I ever actually did. I can't actually get this in there. This is what I used. Smaller jars last week. Actually, I might have used this all over last week, but it's actually a household one. Palette knife thing. What do they call them? Kitchens? I don't remember. Oh, hold on. Oh boy. We've got a cat interested in this painting. Oh boy. Alright, we're gonna get some of that. Oh. Blended fibers. I really like the blended fibers medium. It kind of gives this really weird kind of skin-like texture. Really lovely. And I like using it in places where kind of giving like in this case it's going to be really nice having that kind of skin texture on this mask. It'd be very creepy. I'm looking. Okay. We've got more mediums. We've got this slow dry blending gel. Saving our days. Saving our paint. And we've got gloss medium. Make it extra shiny. And start adding some color. And now we mixy. Just get all of this excess off of my knives. Knives? Out. Knives out. I'm a huge fan of Brian Johnson. I'm excited about the new Knives Out. Okay. Yeah, it's rare when sequels are better than the originals. What was I just thinking about? Godfather, one of those situations, sequel better than the original. One of the best sequels ever made. Potentially better than the original. Kind of just depends on. Yeah, what you're looking for. Empire is another interesting example. Yeah, absolutely. I think Jedi is my favorite of the original trilogy, though, because they have Ewoks in Jedi, and I love my Ewoks. Yeah, so if you're keeping track, my top top three Star Wars movies are the two Ewok adventure movies, Jedi. Sure. These shirts are going on sale. You can buy my old paint shirts if that sounds something fresh and funky for you. Fresh and or funky, whichever you desire. I will not be washing them. I would apologize, but I think I'm past apologizing for that. Sam Brew, don't mess with the wet paint. It's really funny. My roommate's cat. Last week, the night after once I had finished, I kind of set my mask in a place where I was hoping he wouldn't be able to get to it. And I wake up the next morning, I go look at the mask and make sure it's okay. And there is in this side of the beard, there's just just a little paw print. Like someone was testing their weight on the mask and realized that it was squishy and it was like, and ran away. No. Oh, cats. I feel like they get the reputation that they're smarter than dogs. They're like the smart version's house pet or something. And I've never disagreed with a statement more in my life. Cats are wildly silly in a way that cannot denote intelligence. Which is part of the reason we love them, isn't it? You should be silly sometimes. Putting a little bit of this aqua in there. See how that comes together. Might actually. Okay. 2 seconds. I gotta get it. Okay. Alright, we did it. No errors. Oh! Okay. Let's find the supports. Where are they? Okay. Right there. Your roommate's cat is like just off camera, just watching very intently, watching me mix this paint together. Yeah, this is the big one. It's usually not the one that's the ham, but they're both like they're both that way. Kidding. It's nice. We just spent a few days babysitting the boys while my buddy and roommate went to Portland, work on the score for his film Noon. Go check out the trailer on TubeTube or on his Instagram, where you can find it. Put it on his YouTube. To double check on that one. But Instagram is C886, 887. I'll have to look it up, but yeah, 887. Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure Scott would love that. If he comes through, I'll just ask him. He just got home though. Like I was saying, we were babysitting the kittens. He was out in Portland. He just got home, and yeah, it's always nice watching those little goofballs. They're a handful, but they're so cute. And they're sweet, they're very sweet. I had like really bad experiences as a kid with cats. I never liked cats until I was like in my 20s or maybe older. And like one of uh, my good friends, Keisha, her cat was this like big, round, just absolute king of a cat. Just thought it was his house, his rules. Um, and I fell in love with that cat, and I didn't even like realize it at first. It was just like this slow, like realization of, oh, I fucking love this cat. Yeah, my sisters were always had cats, but were really, really weird about it. I don't know if I want to throw this kind of shade on stream. But yeah, they were kind of weird with their cats. They were kind of mean to them, and those cats were not very socialized. And that was kind of like my earliest experiences with cats was these like essentially battered animals, which is really weird because we had bunnies and they weren't mean to the bunnies. I don't know, super strange. Yeah. Okay. Well, it's quite a bit darker. Not necessarily a match. I don't know if you can tell on camera, but not quite a match. Does it need to be? You know what I'm gonna have to do is I'm gonna add a little bit of white, just to bring up this color just a smidge. Just want a little droop. Don't want too much because it can be really overpowering. We'll go back if we need it. I think we will. I'm fairly confident. Even with this big ol' pile of green paint, that white's gonna do some numbers, lightening it up. Yeah, we're already basically like there. I just have to incorporate it. Oh, dude, it's the best. Like, I don't know. It's not, as I said, it's not the cheapest way to sculpt, I don't think. But this is kind of just like something that I learned I love doing. Kind of just like by accident. And oh, shout out, who's got the bunnies? Because I love bunny. Oh, well, yeah, we've talked quite a bit about bunnies, but yeah, I grew up with bunnies. My mom had this weird phase before she found the internet where she wanted to raise bunnies. And yeah, for like 3 years, we were like, our house was basically like a bunny breeding center. My mom got really into it, and like we had multiple litters, and like they all like found good homes and stuff like that. It was pretty cool. My mom was like really into it. Um, that lady had hobbies, dude. Let me tell you, so funny. Like, I think I mentioned it last week. She was a graphic designer at a hair care company when I was growing up, and it was just like something that she just taught herself how to do. Like, this was granted, this was like 20 years ago, So the technology was a little bit more limited than what we would see now. But like, she was working at this hair care company, answering phones, and hated it. People were terrible to her, and she didn't know how to deal with it. But she heard there was an opening in the design department. She applied for it, and there was like this whole period where she was just sitting around, like not sitting around. She was studying like how to do some things she didn't know how to do, because she was a pretty early adaptee to computers. She was like, it was like her thing for a minute. Like I was saying, around after the bunnies, she got really into computers, and so she knew a little bit going in, but this was like a big time for her, like just like learning new stuff. And got the job, which actually led to some pretty interesting opportunities. And now she runs, or she's a co-founder, editor-in-chief of a local magazine in Redding, California called Enjoy. And they do some pretty cool stuff. She also works in local theater up there for a place that I actually did a couple of plays in. I was in high school. Little community theater called Riverfront. She got on the board recently. She's been doing all kinds of cool like outreach programs to youth and other like adult writers, like where they can put on a short kind of production of something they write, workshop there at the Playhouse, incorporating some really cool ideas that I'm really stoked to see happening in a place like Redding, because yeah, growing up it wasn't like that. I can tell you for sure. Yeah, pretty cool lady. My mom. Yeah, some of the interesting opportunities I mentioned was like I was I was in 7th grade. You might remember, if you were alive at this period. If you were alive then, you might remember a brand called Spike. They had a hair gel that was like really popular back in the day, where when it was cool to make sure your hair was like basically like glued in a certain direction. I don't know if that was just a youth thing or if that was genuinely the style, but being a fan of movies, I would say it's closer to the latter than the former. We can use film and the fashions of that period, the early 2000s, way to determine it. Oh, hey, Scott. Bug you real quick. Do we have permission to play your the trailer for Noon on our stream during a break?
Sure.
You wouldn't mind? You got it, Sam. Cool. It'll probably be doing that sometime in the next hour or two.
Cool, thank you.
Yeah, you want me to let you know?
Yeah, yeah.
All right. Dope. So yeah, you'll see a preview of Noon once I need to pee. Sure, yeah. No, definitely. On the production end, it'll be a little bit more complicated, but yeah. Appreciate it, Sam. What was I talking about? Yeah, so Mom was working in the design department, and there was this kind of competing product that KMS was putting out. I don't remember what it was called, but it was a similar product, a gel that had color in it, that had a decent hold but not super strong. And my mom, do you remember if she like got me called into attendance or told me before the school day started, but basically just like, they need a model. One just dropped out last minute. would you want to, like, you would want to do this, right? And I was like, attention? Yes, please. I love that when people give it to me. So I went, they took some test shots, and they were like, yeah, we're going to do this. So I got to do this, I got to be on the bottles for this hair color, or this hair gel that had color in it, that went all the way around the world with my face on it. Actually ended up in an episode of Gilmore Girls. So you could see me in an episode of Gilmore Girls, although I'm very small. I'm just a bottle at that point, but kind of a weird thing to realize is like, because I'm, you know, a kid at this point. And I had done, you know, I might have definitely talked about on stream that I was a child actor in like pilot season in LA and stuff like that. No like real gigs to speak of, but here I was in Reading, away from all of the stuff that I had been wanting to do, like modeling and making money as an entertainer and all that stuff that I'm still trying to do at this point. And here I am in Reading, and it's like happening, right? I have no way to capitalize on it though because there's nothing else there. And I'm a child ultimately, so I'm not even thinking of it that way necessarily. That's more backseating my life experiences, I guess. Yeah, but so yeah, can't remember the episode, but Rory's just like looking at a bottle of the hair color that I was on, and there's like a whole display in front of her. I can't remember like the details of it, but here I am just like living in Reading, and Smallville's on next, and I'm just kind of like checking out the end of this Gilmore Girls episode, and I'm like, fuck, is that me? Is that my face? That was pretty cool. Let's see. So you see how I've got quite a bit of paint on this rip. You probably can't see. Oh yeah, you've got the zoomed in part too. Just oh, okay. You can see it's kind of just slowly being built up. Brow ridge into this almost it's almost like lizard like. Yeah, I think I was saying I might have said it on stream last week, but this is giving me like second version Cell. If you're a DBZ fan. Saw this I think it was a TikTok recently about how you know, there's all these talks about like Goku versus like Superman and stuff like that. Oh my god. And how it's so silly to have these conversations because Sailor Moon would absolutely fucking destroy both of them. Sailor Moon is like, her power level is basically off the charts. Sailor Moon is a god, effectively. And I just thought that was like one of the best takes I'd seen in a long time. We need to give more credit to Sailor Moon and her power level, damn it. Give her goddamn flowers. Moving to a different tool. Something different. That thing is a little bit. Using this one a lot last week. Hair on it. It's gonna be tough. I'm seeing now. Need quite a bit more paint too. That worked. Love it. Oh, so okay. Ooh, okay. Yeah, we're gonna need more paint on the other side. Basically all over it. I'm zoning. I'm zoning, bro! Sure. It's a flow zone. It's a flow state. I'm avataring right now. James Cameron, not Last Airbender. A little overzealous with the palette knife. That's okay. Oh, actually, that made it better. Goodness gracious. Figuring out where I'm going to hold this has been a chore. Hardest parts of these, knowing where you're gonna hold it. Not even a joke, although it's kind of funny. Do you hear the sirens? There we go. We got that little line there. Your little line there. I couldn't run around yet. Okay. Little, just a little bit. That should fix that. Oh, okay. Hold still. Captain Shaky. Go in the hole. Here we go. We need to do it this way. Right, they're both a little bumpy. See if there's a safe way to put this down. Go. Luckily, it's fine. Oh boy. There we go. Fresh knife. Let's try and match this shape here. Watch me, Sam. Don't even think about it. Love you, but you cannot come over here. Guess you just gotta keep building it, building it, building it up. Hey, I just made a song. It's basically music. And everything I've ever written that's a song is basically, very rarely actually. I'm capable of basically. Just because it's basically music doesn't mean it's basic music. To be clarified. In case there was any confusion. Confusion? I don't know why I said it like that. I'm sorry. Please accept my formal apology. It's fine. Hilarious. Good timing. You just missed me, like, absolutely tearing through a whole section of this. It's fine. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's definitely like a, well, this is a very specific sound, and you're probably not going to know what I'm talking about. And I don't want you to navigate away from here to go find out what the hell I am talking about. But if you ever played Lemmings for the SNES or the Genesis, and you remember the sound of them when they fell and squish on the floor, it's that sound. Same. Same. Yeah, I use my SNES. It's still running because Nintendo used to make incredible products that last forever. And I still have my copy on my SNES. I love it. During the pandemic, yeah, I can say pandemic, but during the pandemic, that was like a big thing I did was get back into all of the like games I used to play as a kid. I needed that nostalgia vibe. It's like, yeah, very cool, very fun, very necessary to go back and check out all those fun games. I played through. Geez, I'm almost for sure I played through every level of Lemmings because I remember there was a point where I was back at the beginning after playing for several hours. I was like, yeah, okay, I think I won. I think I beat it now. I can be done now. Um, Still, I did this for hours and hours and hours. I never beat Super Mario Brothers without like cutting through big swaths of the terrain. Oh no! My power's about to die. Sorry if you lose me. I need to plug in my phone, and it's very low. Let's see if this. Yeah, good call.
I think that if you're going to do a Willow character, then you definitely need to be thinking about role-playing your theme and role-playing your aesthetic.
It actually talks a little bit about like how the Nelwyn's, or Willow specifically, has some inherent magic.
I think it might be fun if his character was like this, maybe not self-important. He thinks he's better than he is. We find him in a struggle to get, to really know himself.
He is the everyman. They do a really good job of that because they give him plenty of foils and characters to bounce off with in his community.
It paints such a clear picture in very little words. It's really smart writing because it's showing us, not telling us what and why we're doing what we're doing.
This is just the beginning.
Chat, I need you to know that Sam just counted me back in like the owl from the Tootsie Roll commercials. It brought me such enjoyment. Yeah. Thank you, Sam. Hokey. I'm not keeping that. Hey, yes. Give me the paint I just scraped away. I need it very badly. Thank you. Ooh. Yes, I love this. Sam. You see this? Do not hit your tail in. No, Mr. Buddy, I gotta. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. You hear him crying at me? Trying to be in my lap right now is a dangerous proposal. Okay. Yeah, it's so funny. Things on one side end up happening so much easier than things on the other side. It's so weird how that keeps working out, like through this whole piece. Same. Yeah, symmetry. You know, I think we talked about it last week. It's not that important most of the time, but for some reason in these kinds of pieces, I obsess over it. I think just like just makes so much sense for masks. Although it's very true that the opposite can work just as well for masks, a very asymmetrical face. Um, yeah, I don't know. I don't know why. I guess will remain a mystery for now. Hmm. Hmm. You getting any good ones? Oh. Y'all. Keep spamming emojis. I don't know if it helps us or not, but I like it. Honestly, it helps me in a way that doesn't have anything to do with an algorithm. And that's pretty cool, damn it. When's the last time you did something that didn't improve an algorithm? I recommend it. Hey everybody, it's the weed number. Celebrate the weed number! As do I, my friend. Yeah, I guess it remains to be seen. I'm not opposed at all to going a little later like we did last time. So yeah. If y'all keep watching, I'll keep making this mask. So. Oh, the paint? Yeah, it can add some weight to the mask. Definitely. But they're light enough to start that it's never like an uncomfortable wear. It just like you might have trouble finding a way to attach it to your face. I've stretched out the elastic in all of the masks that I've made before. They kind of need to be attached with something a little bit more sturdy, easy to adjust. things like that. Totally, yeah, absolutely. That's how I would recommend it. Ribbon or string, something that don't stretch, tied in the back. That's a pretty clean line. Just smoothing out some of that edge that's starting to harden on there real quick. Actually give us a little better texture. Less bumpy, more kind of skin-like. Yeah, I mentioned earlier, I really, I know it sounds super creepy when I say this, but I really want this to look like skin. Not like in a Slipknot kind of way, but I don't know. I want it to feel human. I guess is the best way to put it. Even if it looks unreal, even if it looks like nothing, any person you've ever seen, I want it to have that life to it. I know I'm late to the party, but I started watching Schitt's Creek recently. Anybody get into that stuff? What a fun show. During the spooky season, might have heard me talking about Mr. Boogedy or Bride of Boogedy is some of my favorite horror movies. Very young Eugene Levy is in the sequel Bride of Boogedy. Oh, he plays kind of like a town curmudgeon. Does a really great job of it, and it's really interesting. Kind of that being my most recent exposure before I went in to watch Schitt's Creek. Oh, we've been barreling through it. We're already season 5. Yeah, it's really good. It's like, and it's not like it's like overstated. Like a lot of this kind of TV stuff that everyone's like, oh my god, it's so good. It's like just genuinely just a fun, cool show that's nice, and it doesn't require too much. Like, you're not getting cliffhanger endings and kind of like unnecessary, kind of like dramatic beats for these characters. Like they let the drama happen when it is applicable to the story, but it's not kind of. It doesn't feel shoehorned in, and it doesn't feel like it's taking up or taking over the aesthetic they've already kind of built upon. It's really smart show writing, really smart comedy writing, just generally. And a little bit of Lexus. In what? I'm not. I haven't. I haven't yet. That's awesome. I guess I will know in probably a couple days. I don't imagine I'll be watching this show for the first time for too much longer. It'll probably be happening relatively quickly. Because me and Kat have just been like barreling through it, like I was saying. It's just so good. It's just so watchable. You know, I think it's one of those shows that at the same time, it's one of those shows that I feel like a lot of people are like idolizing the characters when they're obviously a cautionary tale. It's done enough to develop most of their character through the series that, like, even if you understand that they're not necessarily people you would want to be or you even could be, they are also relatable. They're human characters, and you can empathize with them without having to put yourself kind of like in their shoes. So I did like The Good Place, although I still have not ever finished it because it's yeah, it kind of stresses me out. Huh? I wouldn't necessarily say it's too morally. Yeah, I don't know. I consider myself a fairly moral person, even with all of my depravity and uh, hedonism. But yeah, I liked The Good Place. I just couldn't get through it. I don't know. I don't know what happened. It was like season 3 or 4. I kind of just started tuning out. It was too. I don't know. Yeah, I couldn't even explain what it was. We just stopped watching it basically. Yeah, I didn't even get to the point where I was like, yeah, and were evidently Chidi's a bad person because Chidi just seems like a good person. I didn't understand they were like that kind of switch up there. Like, I don't remember if they had like a in show like joke about it or what, but I was just like, I don't know, maybe I don't know, maybe I'm just not remembering what that whole angle was. That's pretty funny. Yeah, yeah, definitely a funny show. Kristen Bell basically can do no wrong. As an actor, I've been into Kristen Bell since like her performance in Reefer Madness the musical. Uh, yeah, which if I'm not mistaken, she was actually like touring with that production before it got made into a feature. Um, I could be wrong, but I know that Christian Campbell, I think, was the other lead, and I'm pretty sure he was. Oh, I didn't know that. But yeah, he was part of the theater um, uh, production and was and got to keep his role in the feature version, which is great because he was so fantastic. Everyone in that movie is so good. I honestly, Reefer Madness the musical, one of my favorite musicals. One of the movies that makes me go, okay, musicals aren't always bad. Can't say every musical is bad. I liked this musical and Hedwig and the Angry Inch and Phantom of the Paradise. Don't let me forget Phantom of the Paradise. Um, is and I think a mutual friend of ours have been actually trying to get on one of our uh, one of our programs, trying to get him on You Awaken in a Strange Place. Our old buddy CJ from the theater department at the JC. And wait, why was I bringing up CJ? I forgot now. You're in town they were really into Urinetown back in the day, and definitely listened to a handful of the songs from that show. I've never seen it. Like, does it have a feature version? Yeah. Well, I'm you'll never find me in a theater. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to anyone who does theater. I loved theater for a long time, but I will probably never do theater again. I don't really care for it anymore. And I don't really like it as a medium most times. I would rather watch the film. I'm an unsophisticated plebeian, and I have made my peace with that. I will continue to be so. Because, yeah, it's just such an inaccessible media. Like, how much are theater tickets most of the time? You know, it's not a cheap thing to do in most cases, especially at a higher level. Yeah, it's not something that thrills me. It's not something that I have good feelings about because of all of the negative experiences I've had in theaters and theater departments, which I know me and Sam have talked about a lot. We don't have to get into here. I will, but I'm sure I would hurt somebody's feelings that I'm still friends with. Yeah, I really had I had great experiences in theater. I've talked a lot about on stream, like, you know, in high school. But once I went to college, I found that I was often no, I wouldn't even say typecast. I just didn't feel safe or comfortable or like I was going to be utilized in that environment. It felt like I wasn't part of the in-group. And frankly, I made a bunch of, I was a kid, I made a lot of stupid decisions I wish I could take back and hurt a lot of people's feelings and made people uncomfortable, but I never had a conversation with one person about it, so it was, if I was doing wrong, it's hard to say, kind of difficult to know what you were doing and how you could improve if no one's talking to you. And there was just like this big kind of clique that existed at the theater, the JC, that felt like, I was just never going to be accepted into. I felt tokenized a lot of the time for being like the only punk around. I'm in the theater department, other than Bill, old punk rock Bill. But yeah, and I was like, yeah, I was coming from a place where this was like, Santa Rosa just fucked me up, let's be real. But yeah, I was coming from this place that, was, everything that we did was kind of under some interesting circumstances that weren't necessarily safe, that we actively made safe because we needed to. And at the JC, it was like, this is safe for some people, and I'm definitely not in that group that they're going to make this something that I'm involved with. I felt very out of place and unwanted a lot of the time there. I'm really glad that I had a few people that I could kind of depend on in that group. But, yeah, eventually I was just, over it. I wanted to take a break and do other things. I started bands and booked shows, made flyers. So, did a lot more shit that made me feel comfortable, made me feel safe. For a while, that punk scene was definitely a good place for me. For a while. But I found that punk scene there had a very similar problem as the theater there. That absolutely racism, elitism, classism. Yeah. Yeah. Not the punk scene I would recommend. I don't know. I've probably said this exact phrase 1,000 times, but it's just really weird that I came from a place that was so conservative and so genuinely frightening kind of place for someone like me to live in, with this huge community of people that had my back in the punk scene there, to Sonoma County, where the attitude, the cultural kind of social political kind of bent is more towards the liberal side of things, and I still encountered more slurs racially and sexually than I did in my punk scene back home. And that was pretty disappointing to me. Definitely taught me a lot about liberals. And its failings. Especially, yeah, in this context, there was a lot of people that I knew from that scene that, had loving parents and warm beds to sleep in, but instead chose to cosplay as homeless, and so they could stay out all night drinking and being creeps, being hooligans, being kind of typical hoods. Basically everything that I fought against having to deal with in my previous punk scene in Redding, California. You live, you learn. Am I right? Yeah, Sonoma High, yeah. I mean, because there's two high schools in Sonoma County, or in Sonoma City, and one of them is like basically the white school, and the other school is like the Latino school. It's like a segregated thing, right? Interesting. Okay. Right. Right. No, that's exactly, yeah. I mean, no, but yeah, there was also a lot of, yeah, historical examples of this are typically very similar. You find a lot of solidarity in class, even if you don't necessarily have the same skin color throughout. We've seen this example over and over again. But once you're outside of that protected kind of social dynamic, you end up encountering less and less people who don't look. No, yeah, very interesting. Very, very interesting. Because yeah, it's ultimately still segregation, but they can't, you can't say, oh, it's segregated by race, because it's obviously segregated by class. Don't you see that? And it's like, yeah, both are bad, but you see how historically people of color have been kept from generational wealth, and how that affects their ability to go to the white school. I mean, the rich school. Sorry. It's tale as old as time. Thank you. I was talking about second version Cell. And it's almost like dang show I breezed through recently was Demon Slayer, and I wasn't sure exactly how I was going to where I was going to land with that because a lot of I don't know. A lot of anime, it's hard for me to get into if it's too samey with a lot of like the archetypes and things like that. Like I love that stuff at the same time, but like there's sometimes where I'm just like, I've seen this. I've seen this entire thing before. Like I couldn't get through all of Naruto because it was just like this is just Dragon Ball Z again. I've done this before. It's painful. Oh man, my phone isn't charging. It's just holding at 5%. No, I'm adjusting all the plugs and stuff like that. Hopefully it'll kick back in. Janky ass technology, man. Appreciate it, bud. Thank you. Damn. Just remembered Angela Lansbury passed recently. R.I.P. to one of the goats, dude. Again, like one of those people who was really big in theater. I had no idea until she passed. I'm such a big fan of, sounds stupid, but I'm a huge fan of Bedknobs and Broomsticks. I might have mentioned this before because it is one of my favorites. I mean, how many movies have a witch taken out Nazis in a family-friendly setting? I agree, 100%. That's one of my favorite things about it. It's just very apologetically anti-fascist, and we stand. And she absolutely kills it as Miss Price. I mean, talk about a boss bitch. Like she ain't taking nothing from no one. Kind of bougie, but she knows, she gets it. And like really, I think that's probably not necessarily the right way to put it because well, it did seem like Mrs. Price was pretty well taken care of. She did live alone, and she did talk about frequently, or especially at the beginning, how she lived very modestly, She didn't have a lot to go around. And that's why her taking up the kids was kind of a hardship for her. That was unexpected, especially this was like England during World War II. So you can imagine how tough it was getting by at all. Angela Lansbury. And a bunch of people have been passing away recently. It's really weird. Like I know it's like relatively known. I don't know if it's necessarily known as a phenomena though. Just how frequent people's passings end up being in the winter months, especially November, December. I know so many people, unfortunately, celebrating the passing of loved ones currently, and I myself am. It's the anniversary of my dad's passing just a few days ago. He passed when I was, 10 years ago. Pretty young. I was 25, so had plenty of time to work on all those feels, but still it stings a little bit knowing he's not around. I didn't have a super stable like home life, and he was the one person I could really trust growing up. He lived in Sonoma County while I lived in Redding, and yeah, because of the situation I was dealing with at home, him and his place and being around him was kind of safety that I didn't have elsewhere. And our relationship was really important to me. I really looked up to my dad. I was one of those kids that just worshiped their dads. And to my detriment, frankly, like now that I've had a lot of time to think of it, the guy definitely had his bad takes, I guess, is how we might put that now, in a charitable way. He was a much better man than any of the other ones around me at the time. I was very lucky to have him, honestly. I'm trying to get the right light on it. Got this almost like here. My just right here is the mini frame. Yeah, yeah, it's definitely I can see like with the full clarity of the light, it's darker, but it's a close match, and I'm gonna end up painting over most of this anyway, in the final stages of this piece. But I got the ridges pretty well matched. They're almost the exact same thickness. I've just got to go into this area here um, to kind of add some more layers to it. Just got a little thinned out, pushing everything back and forth. This is late, but I was thinking L in the chat for Lansbury. Because L in the chat is usually a bad thing, but I can make it a good thing. See what I did there? Very clever. Very creative. Ooh. It's amazing. Wow. Yeah, what a dark timeline. Jesus Christ. Didn't want to do it, but someone's paying on Omegle or whatever. Okay. Sorry, I keep going quiet on this. I'm concentrating so hard. Forgive me, audience. Forgive me. My transgressions. Snarf. Anyone watch that really cute looking Thundercats reboot? I was kind of interested, but I don't have access anywhere that I have streaming services to that show. I'm bummed because I've watched every version of Thundercats. Oh. Yes, I would, especially because I love the Moldy Peaches reference. That was a breakup song for me. Definitely. All I want to do is ride bikes with you. Stay up late. Maybe spoon. Sam Kenya in this house. Grandpa Kenya. I'm tired of sitting on my foot. Oh, we did it. Okay. Yeah, I try very hard to not myself. I'm gonna adjust my light. I'm running out. I'll be right back. Uh, okay. We'll try and flip this around, see if I can start getting an actual charge on here. We'll see. Okay. Okay. Okay, we did it. Congratulations, everyone. The Schmeagle has landed. Damn. Thanks for watching, everybody. I know I'm not very chatty right now either. But feel free to ask any questions or, yeah. Even don't. I don't, do whatever makes you feel good. No pressure. Oh yeah, I was talking about Thundercats. Anyway, Thundercats rules. You don't think so? Get out. Not really, please stay. Just slightly off angle. There we go. That's a great question. I actually don't even know. I've never sanded this before. I would lose because some of the textured mediums have, well, they're textured. So I would lose some of that texture in the process. I would also lose a lot of my like brush strokes, which I try and keep a few in here and there, because it's a nice texture. Theoretically, I suppose with like a low enough grit, you might be able to get away with it. Yeah. Frightening proposal, really, because especially after all of the like time it takes to set all of it up, thinking about losing some of that texture is like, I don't know if you all ever have had this problem, but sometimes I'll like have a canvas I did a background for, and I like the background so much I don't want to cover it up. It's a serious problem I have. I do this way too often, in fact. Yeah, I don't imagine it's uncommon. I assume it's a very common artist problem. Maybe that's just my own bias. But yeah, no, if you're saying that you go through that same process, then sure it's just as common as I can imagine. It's so funny. Half of the shirt is gonna be painty and half of it isn't because I don't want to get paint on my headphone cords. Hit me on Venmo. It'd be yours. Pit stains and all. Made me think of Pete and Pete. Yeah. Their like main antagonist was named Pit Stain. Yeah, Artie is easily the best part of that show. Where's that guy? We need, if we're gonna make more Ernest movies, it needs to be that guy because I thought he was Ernest.
Yeah, they do look very similar.
Although that guy is probably pretty old now. Now that I'm thinking about it.
If they wanted to make more Ernest movies, it'd probably be like Son of Ernest at this point.
Can't remember if it was like a serious convo, but I did see it brought up recently.
Oh,
Like,
really?
yeah, it might have been around Halloween. And Ernest Scares Stupid is like making its rounds again because it's one of the best Halloween movies. Actually, like, yeah, one of the scariest kids movies, frankly. I don't know if you caught this yet, but that's kind of my vibe. Don't get me wrong.
I'm pretty sure everyone in chat knows that you identify as a goblin.
Yeah. You don't? Now you do. Hey! Check that ridge out. That is pretty damned even. I don't know if you can see it great.
I got a pretty good angle on it.
Pretty happy with that. It's not perfect, but what is, my friends? What is?
Nothing?
Yeah.
Nothing. Pretty sure.
That's, in my experience, the correct answer. Alright. Well, just gonna take another, like a brick. Skinny brick. I want a skinny brick. Give me a skinny brick, please. Universe.
I'm just scraping off the extra.
Yeah. I guess I don't have to do this till later. But I didn't. But I didn't. That's all.
If you don't sell this mask, we're gonna have to make some sort of sci-fi sketch around it.
Oh yeah, I forgot. This is for sale. You can buy it. Although, by the time I'm done with it, it's going to cost you, like, not cheap amount of money. Just sheer labor hours alone.
We'll be able to track most of the hours because they're on stream.
True. All right. That looks pretty fucking good.
You were holding it completely off frame for us.
No, I know. I needed to pull it back and look at it.
Yeah.
I'll show you. I think this is frame.
Mm-hmm. Hey, you've gotten a lot more dimension into that.
Yeah. She thick. I think the other thing I was gonna start messing with is the nose again. But now that I'm looking at it, I realize that if I mess with the nose, I run a good chance of running into the eyebrow ridge that I'm working on. And that can be dubious meat. Or
Yeah,
dubious meal.
if you add to the nose, it's got to be like mostly the bottom section of the nose. I wouldn't want to mess with the bridge of it too much.
I feel that, yeah.
But of course,
And that's
that's me. I'm a different artist than you. You do what you want.
no, I'm in agreement. I'm worried about yeah, running into myself here. Already doing that, basically. Actually, now that I think about it, I should try and move this out. Drawing my finger along the edge where I put paint down. Smoothing out what is there.
Is it like partially
along
dry
that
at this point?
It is. It
Okay.
is partially dry, but it is very tacky. And I can pick up like 40% of it basically every time I run my finger near it, which is exactly what I'm trying to do at this point right now. I'm not like trying to leave. It's not important that I leave a lot of this stuff here for later, because I'm gonna paint it. So I just want to work kind of slow. I mess this up. Um, I got so distracted. So you were asking about sanding earlier. I wasn't even thinking about this then, but what I do is I'll take a knife and I will cut away parts that I don't want.
Oh, okay. So it does like harden up enough for you to do that. For some reason, I imagined like maybe it could be like Stretch Armstrong and it just kind of stays more liquidy on the inside.
Yeah, I mean, it is like I was saying earlier, is still kind of liquidy in here, in the where I put the like hair down. But yeah, it does dry, especially near the surface, hard enough so that I can go in there with the knife and cut it down. Try it out. Wow, I forgot. Even look at the time. Thank you, Sam. We're nearing our first break, folks. I'm gonna step off screen. We're gonna show you the trailer to my friend and roommate's film Noon. And then I'll come back. And you jamming away at this max. Thank you all for sticking around. I hope you will join me after we come back from break. We might, if you don't, we might call it here, or after the break rather. But I am more than happy to keep going. Got plenty to do here. So, yeah. Yeah, let's do it. Yeah, so we're gonna cut away to break. We'll be right back, folks. We'll be checking in with you in just a couple.
I'm sorry if you're lost, Jonas.
I can't believe she's gone. I'd give anything to hear her voice one more time.
The pain will kill you if you let it.
I don't know what to do now.
You should give this guy a call. Help me find some closure when Terry died.
Can it be done?
Let me stop you right there. You don't want this. You think you do, but you don't.
Please, can it be done?
Looking at the past is playing with the very forces that make up the fabric of our reality. Toying with the forces of God in the universe. You can't touch that kind of power and not incur a cost.
Please. I'm hanging on by a thread.
So you're here? Nothing I said on the phone spooked you?
Are you gonna help me see her again or not?
Think about the moment you want to go back to. Come over every possible detail in your mind. Every sight, every sound, smell, the works. The more details you remember, the better. Don't worry. Everything is gonna be fine.
I'm sorry if you're lost, Jonas.
I can't believe she's gone. I'd give anything to hear her voice one more time.
The pain will kill you if you let it.
I don't know what to do now.
You should give this guy a call. He helped me find some closure when Terry died.
Can it be done?
Let me stop you right there. You don't want this. You think you do, but you don't.
Please, can it be done?
Looking at the past is playing with the very forces that make up the fabric of our reality. Toying with the forces of God in the universe. You can't touch that kind of power and not incur a cost.
Please. I'm hanging on by a thread.
So you're here? Nothing I said on the phone spooked you?
Are you gonna help me see her again or not?
Think about the moment you want to go back to. Come over every possible detail in your mind. Every sight, every sound, smell, the works. The more details you remember, the better. Don't worry. Everything is going to be fine.
I think that if you're going to do a Willow character, then you definitely need to be thinking about role-playing your theme and role-playing your aesthetics.
It actually talks a little bit about like how the Nelwyns, or Willow specifically, has some inherent magic.
I think it might be fun if his character was like this, maybe not self-important. He thinks he's better than he is. We find him in a struggle to get, to really know himself.
He is the everyman. They do a really good job of that because they give him plenty of foils and characters to bounce off with in his community.
It paints such a clear picture in very little words. It's really smart writing because it's showing us, not telling us what and why we're doing what we're doing.
This is just the beginning.
Hello, my friends. We're back. Thank you for sticking around during our break. I appreciate you waiting for me to go potty. Yeah. Let's get right back into this. Just smoothing out some of this tacky paint. Oh, yeah. We're not quite at sculpting yet with any of this. Because I've been working that one area with a lot of wet paint just over and over and over, so we're kind of waiting for that to dry. I think I'm going to just kind of throw a little bit of... Might be a terrible idea, actually, now that I think about it. I was going to throw some into the... throw some more paint into the forehead. That might actually not be helpful at the moment. We're going to hold off on that. What do you want me to see, friend? What do you want to see, friends? I'm thinking about going back into the nose again. I could go into the mouth, give it a little bit more depth, but if I'm being real with you, that's so the hardest part. Getting that right. I'm kind of scared of it. You know what I've been wanting to do, though? I want to go into under the eye. Now that I've got those big brows going. I want kind of like a cheekbone, almost like juts out like and defines the eye socket even more. But it's almost like a kind of like very similar, almost symmetrical to the other side, where there's like a a ledge. Everything's very ridgy, I'm noticing. Haven't really thought about this. Like it was an unintentional thing. Everything's got this heavy ridge to it. Wonder what that says about me. Wonder what it says about this mask. Interesting. Let me know in chat what you think. So don't take this idea. Nobody take this idea, but I'm going to tell you an idea I had recently that I didn't want to talk about because I really want to make this. Just don't really have the ability to yet. But, so, do not honestly, genuinely, please, 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 don't do this before I have the chance. But I was just thinking this phrase that a friend of mine and I were kind of talking about, kind of on a similar track to what we were talking about earlier, with like, in regards to kind of like the odd, unforeseen pressures and stresses that come with making content. One of my favorite video essayists, Renegade Cut, they were lamenting as Twitter is kind of like melting down and no one knows what's going to happen next day to day. People have been getting off of the site, going to Hive or to Mastodon. I just heard about Hive today. I hadn't even heard about it until then. And all of them look fairly dubious and not necessarily like something that I don't want another social media. I really can't handle it. I struggle maintaining the ones I already do have. But yeah, it's just it's one of those things that like it's part of the job, you know. Everybody who does it knows it. You kind of just have to have a social media presence to have an audience. It's a demand that kind of goes unnoticed sometimes. That ease of access to the content creator and all that. We're not like big enough where I'm super concerned with that, but I've been online making profiles since before MySpace even. I had a Vampire Freaks. Only a few of you are even old enough to know about, I'm sure. Oh, I hate that when old people say that. Never mind, forget I said that. Or call me out for saying that, because it's an asshole thing to say. I feel like a big goober every time I say shit like that, so trying not to. Anyway, I had a Vampire Freaks, which is this really old social media thing that was like for punks and goths and people who had people who were really extreme personalities. You know, had a lot of really dirtbag people on there, but there was also a really cool community of like weirdos that just wanted to be friends and have friends because they were so isolated from their communities and their hometowns and things like that, much like I was. It was a really cool thing. But yeah, it's like that was 2002, 2003, something like that. I've been online that long. You know, I'm an actor. I feel like it's always going to be a part of my life because it's a demand that of the industry even at this point. Oh, I just put paint down. All right. Yeah, that you have a social media presence. It's like, you know, probably talked about it before, but yeah, when I moved down here, it was one of the interesting things to me is that some jobs they won't even consider you unless you have 10,000 or 100,000 or even a million social media followers. It's in the job description, the casting calls. Well, yeah, it's an interesting thing though because many social media like kind of influencers have made their way onto our television screens, our streaming services. One of my favorite TikTok accounts, Connor DeWolf, does a lot of stuff about ADD, ADHD. A lot of really interesting content that's super relatable for me. Is in the current Mighty Ducks show on Disney Plus. Yeah, that's fair. It's not necessarily super well known. Oh, there I go. That's why. Oh, silly, silly. It's fine. I can fix that pretty easily. It's just a tiny little divot. I could turn this into a whole separate career. I just realized, landscaping or something like that. My skills might be useful there. Got a divot, know how to smooth it over. I'm your guy. Yeah, right. No, I was saying in the last stream that there's a stucco medium that I use quite a bit. It's so much fun and it just adds this texture that's just unbelievable. My piece behind me that it's in. No. No, I don't think so. No, sorry. Not one around here. But yeah, it's this really great texture. And yeah, so I know how to do that. I do know. Train of thought. I was talking about having to have a social media and stuff like that being like one of those kind of unwritten parts of the job, it being so much a part of content creation, and especially in relation to building an audience and having an audience, because presence is often just kind of like expected in a lot of those kinds of places. I don't remember the point I was following, but what I can tell you, kind of from my experience, is that yeah, it's super aggravating. It's a huge amount of labor that kind of isn't necessarily recognized as such because everyone has social media, everyone does. So we all know, like, kind of at face value, how much effort can go into making posts and things like that. And oftentimes, it's not like a huge investment for people until you're an artist. Or you're an actor, or you're a musician, or you are in the arts, and you are trying to have a career in the arts. And then suddenly you realize that this is just an obligation that you have, whether or not you like it. And can determine whether or not you will be a success and used as a factor to determine your work ethic and things like that. It's like pretty messed up, bro. All I'm saying, man, is you're just kind of messed up, bro. No, genuinely though. It's a bummer. Because there's so many other things that we could be putting our time and effort into. And I've regained the thread. And yeah, so me and my friend were talking about especially what the last year or so of doing content creation with Nerdcrafty and stuff like that. My presence online has gotten even more involved. I'm more online than ever. you know, and I have other projects that I'm still doing independently. Ooh. Oh, damn, that was a really bad one. All right. Repair mode. Engage. So me and my buddy were talking, and I don't know if I said it or they said it first, but we were in this conversation. One of us said, you know, ABC, always be content, and I was like, have you seen that bit? And they were like, what bit? And I was like, from Glengarry Glen Ross. It's like one of the only times like Alec Baldwin is unequivocally a great actor and, you know, an incredible presence on screen. Like, it's proof that the dude knows what he's doing, you know? If you ever questioned it. And they were like, yeah, I've never seen anything like that. And I was like, oh my God. So we pulled up that clip on YouTube and watched it. And I was like, this is what we go through. This is our everyday, but you just have to change a few words. And this is a modern retelling of that same story. Always be content. ABC instead of always be selling, you know? So after kind of like tripping out on this like kind of fun little realization that we were having, I just sat down with my writing app. I rewrote that whole scene for a modern kind of like retelling of it. Always be content. So that's one of my projects that I want to at some point pursue. I just need actors and equipment. I want to make it a 1-for-1. I don't want to just do it on like social media with one camera, multiple setups, one actor. Like, I can achieve it that way at this point, but I feel like it's a good enough concept that I would like to see it like 1-for-1, shot for shot remake, because it's not a full movie or anything. It's not like a huge commitment, but someone's gonna have to play that character and do that monologue justice. Luckily, it's Mammoth, and Mammoth's been redone and done over again and again and again because it's theater. So there's plenty of other wells to draw from, I guess, if you want to put it that way. That's how Moira would put it. So yeah, you know, you don't have to do it like Baldwin, but God, thinking about casting it, I keep getting overly ambitious. I would really like Hassan Avi to do Alec Baldwin character. I think he would actually crush it. But there's Sam, any chance you can get in contact with Hassan Avi, see if he wants to do this for us? Worth a shot. No, yeah. I mean, that's all that's all it really is a sketch. You know, I don't know if I would ever want to rewrite Mammoth. God, take my life. Yeah. Yeah, seriously. And the guy's kind of a weirdo anyway, so I don't want to like pay him. Yeah, and also, you know, just kind of undeniable that he's one of the great playwrights of our time, and like trying to rewrite his material, even in the short like monologue that I did, was like, yeah, you know, pushing me to figure out the how to write again, because you know I've written quite a bit. I've written scripts and stuff like that. I just, you know, it's not it's not a skill that I kept up with because it's incredibly time consuming and one of the hardest things for me to focus on. Like when there's a story I want to tell, I can usually push it out, but I am long-winded as hell, and I have standards that I have a trouble meeting, and you know I'm not willing to make compromises with, especially when it's with myself, and you know I think some helpful thing I heard recently was like someone was talking about like put it basically just how like first drafts are always going to be garbage and you know you have to keep writing. We've heard this advice 1,000 times before, but it's still a helpful remind yourself of that you know the greatness doesn't come out the first time. It comes out after you've practiced it and you've thought about it and hated it and you've loved it and rewrote the parts that you loved and now you hate it again. And it's a process. That's what I mean when I say it takes an extraordinary amount of time and dedication and effort and yeah, like I'm still working on my second draft of that script because I decided I was going to make it TikTok friendly because in a humorous kind of satiristic way so that all of the curse words are taken out, swapped in for silly words that children would say. And that's been like my current stopping point. It's like trying to think of silly, TikTok friendly, social media friendly curse word replacements that don't sound super childish, although TikToks tend to be really childish. I think almost to make a point sometimes, but so funny. Sorry, you guys can't see any of this right now, but hopefully it's still entertaining to look at my face while I do it. I'm sure I'm making some great ones. Yeah. Get the pores, Sam. Hit my pores. I want to see them. I mean, I'm sure it's better than looking at this lump of dirty fabric. I don't know. Maybe that's your bag, though. No judgment. I know I said this last stream, but it bears repeating that Kevin Costner's Robin Hood kind of rips. Men in Tights owes its legacy to that movie, though. Gotta admit. Mel Brooks said it. Elvis was goated for it. Man, did you know Elvis like has been doing movies with the Daily Wire? Yeah. No, but I'm doing movies with the Daily Wire. This is concerning and frustrating as someone who loves his work. Doesn't matter when you're working with Nazis. I don't give a shit at that point. And especially if you're Terry fucking Elvis and you have like legendary performances under your belt, you certainly don't need the fucking money. That's a absurd take. I'm sorry, Fred. I mean, I I'm not looking for a debate, but I definitely am really disagreeing with your point here. Let's not. Um, Absolutely insane. Oh, okay, yeah, no, that makes it even more hilarious. I've just been talking to myself. Anyway, yeah, yeah. Unfortunately, I won't. I'm not going to forgive Carrie Ellis for doing this, especially if he's never made a statement publicly about how he's, obviously made a huge mistake and should not have done that. Because anyone who collaborates with Nazis is a Nazi. It's just facts. We can try and paint the picture. I geez, I mean, are you collaborating or are you spying? Because those are different things. Still not on mic? All right, because if you had a record of you saying this stuff, it would be pretty embarrassing. Yeah. So the last thing you guys probably heard me say was that if you collaborate with Nazis, you're a Nazi. It's a position I will hold. And yeah, not much anyone could do to change it. In fact, nothing to do to change it. It is impossible to change my opinion on it. Sam. I think it's one of our main big disagreements on all of that, and we could talk about that another time. But I am trying not to be angry on this stream, so all due respect to you. It's it's not. I'm gonna take off my headphones, Sam. If you don't keep talking about this stuff, I'm gonna take off my headphones. We could end the stream if you want, but it's very upsetting for me, and I understand we have different perspectives. I'm not in a place to hear yours. I'm trying to do this. So everybody, apologies, technical difficulties. Glad I have this to do. Very soothing. I went quiet, y'all. Requires a lot of concentration. Make sure I get this done as close to it as I can. Today. Give you a little peek at what I've been working on last few minutes. Got this kind of ridge forming under the eye socket. Really bring the eye out, or rather, push it back in. Yeah, it's interesting. totally silent and have been for a while, guys. Yeah, I having a hell of an off mic conversation. I am glad it is over. If you are still here, let me know in the chat. I'm thinking about maybe wrapping it up around 6:30. Hope you'll join me till at least then. But let me know if you can stay even longer. I have so much time to work on this. I'm kind of on a roll and don't necessarily want to quit right now. But I can always work on it off stream if there's things you gotta do. I'm sure some of you are already traveled to wherever you might be going during the holidays. That's what you're planning on doing. A lot of people have been. I'm not a big fan of Thanksgiving. It's funny. I never really was. Even before kind of like learning real history. It was always like didn't like the turkey, didn't like pumpkin pie. Thanksgiving was never my holiday. And then you learn just a little bit, even just a little bit, about what that holiday is supposed to be representing, other than like the non-traditional aspects of it. Getting together with your family and having a meal or whatever. That's how the spin I've heard a lot for it. But what a weird and revolting thing to celebrate in the year of 2022. For me, especially with what has been coming out about the ongoing and long time hidden facts about the genocide of indigenous peoples in the States, in Canada, was not good for me. It's not my but it's good to see that the conversations are going. We're talking about these truths that have been hidden for so long. And hidden is really just one way of maybe incorrectly looking at it. There were many indigenous voices talking about these residential schools. And it wasn't until very recently a lot of these were looked into. So yeah. For reasons, it's not a holiday I celebrate. But no shade. You're like, with your family, all that stuff. I don't want you feeling bad about it. We have weird cultural traditions and their norms. We're normalized. A lot of the feelings that people I know get from this holiday aren't, obviously from celebrating a tradition of mass murder, but, especially in this time after the pandemic where it's been so long since so many of us have seen our family, our friends, and this year kind of feeling like it might start being safe with the proliferation of the vaccines. And yeah, that's definitely not a yum I want to yuck for anybody. That's important. Remembering why we're here and what we're here for, and being gracious and grateful with people that we care for. And that's a tradition we shouldn't leave for just 1 month of the year, is it? We're doing that often. Showing our gratitude for one another, showing our love. Such a scary world we live in. Any joy you're able to cobble together in it, I will celebrate with you, comrade. Not easy for me. So you can kind of see how I'm starting to build up the paint. Little ridge here under the eye. I don't remember where we put the camera. I think it was around here. Yeah, it's pretty dark, kind of generally in this room. A lot of really high contrasty light, so it might be hard for you to see what I'm working on, but I am so stoked with this. It's looking really nice. I'm having a lot of fun with that. Just down for a second. To thicken up a little bit. And I think I could start messing around with the bridge here. Yeah. Dry on the inside, wet on the earth. Dry on the outside, wet on the inside. Exactly what we want right now. I'm just pinching. Just using my fingers to gently kind of create that, or maybe not create, but find that beat that we started. Bridge. That's what was really good. Basically solid. Wow. Yeah, that's a great thinking. I really don't need to mess with that much. I guess I could go back in soon because it's dry on the outside, so start messing with it here. Just moving out here. Try not to make it look like it has a bunch of seams. There's some paint starts and stoves. You need to look. I was mentioning kind of flesh bone. Yes, flesh like. Don't get it twisted. All right. That's looking pretty damn good. Peek. I guess I'll just get really close and show you. Yeah. 623. I've got a ton of paint still left on this. So I'm working after 6:30 regardless. More than welcome to join me. Maybe we'll keep streaming, maybe we won't. I'm sure we'll hear from Sam soon about that. This massive ball of paint I got going that's drying faster and faster and faster. Really glad I put that slow dry in it today. Got really thick really fast. You might be hearing my roommate watching Adventure Time. Yeah, as far as I know, that's the only other oopsie. That's the only other sound going on right now. Cool. Thank you. How's everybody doing out there? Ted and the Ridge. I guess I gotta flip this upside down. Just thought I would be able to give y'all a little bit of a shot of this. Oh right, I was also having trouble with the lighting on this. Goes. That beeping got worse. I wasn't sure. There was a siren, or not a siren, but like some kind of personal alarm, maybe a car, maybe a home, some alarm going off in the background nearby. Some creative stuff right now. maybe overworking this cheap phone area, frankly. But it's hard to know at this point. The other one. Crazy thing about this paint is it will move around on you and you don't when and where you don't want it to. So sticky, so thick, so dense. Just like sometimes do whatever. Be very frustrating. Yeah, obviously. When I put some paint on it, I realize I still need more paint. I really clumped it on this time. So I put too much frankly. Having the two sides. What is that? Man, I don't know. It's good though. I said down and versus thank you. Yeah, I know. But thank you for the note. Tire's starting to get dry, so I'm going my thumb and just put it roasting. That's how I think it's the amount of paint I have on here. I have enough, but I do. I'm leaving this little shelf that I'm trying to make. Not that's necessary. Build that up. Oh, keeping my foot underneath me. Will this get crushed? Because it sits there. Holy shit, it's already 7. Well, fuck me running. Alright, friends. Well, I can only do so much in a day. Alright? Alright. Alright. I've still got quite a bit of paint on here, so we're going to figure out something to do. That, not maybe on stream. You will see it develop on next week's art stream. Tuesdays at 3:30 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Yeah, like I was saying earlier, I've got shirts for sale. Both are Can You Ride on Mardigan shirts that you can get through Streamlabs. I'm selling my painty shirts independently. Venmo. My commissions are open if you want something painted up for the holidays, maybe pets, maybe your loved ones, maybe you get some food boudoir kind of style stuff, which is something I do also outside of Nerdcrafty stuff. I can do your D&D character portraits. I'm also an actor, musician. I do it all, folks. Can do it all. I'm gonna do this for the rest of my life. You're a part of that story if you want. Made the choice a long, long time ago. Far too late to take it back. I'm really happy. Not the work I got done today. Great. Said it before, I'll say it again. Shit might be my new bag, y'all. Just having so much fun with it. Done it before, and I enjoyed it then. It's just not something I've gone back to very much. You have fun. I hope you're having fun watching it. Just got a few minutes left. I'm just gonna keep working through. So let me know if you have any questions, comments, anything like that in the chat. Thank you. We just have about 5 minutes left in the program. You can see what I'm kind of just working the same area. It's super fun to get all these tight little details. I mean, I guess tight little details is the wrong way to describe it. All of this kind of like very precise knife work though. You have to imagine what's under the knife and where it's going and all that. It's my head trip. I'm having some fun with it. I'm gonna go to sleep with you guys. Yeah. Anything like this. or if you've never done anything like this, I totally recommend giving it a shot. Even with like Sam was saying last stream, paper mache stuff like that could be a great way to give it a shot without buying the expensive paint mediums, palette knives, all that stuff that I've acquired over years and years. Yeah, it is a very peaceful activity. Calming. It's just interesting watching something three-dimensional come to life by your hand. It's fortunate. Did I do all of that for nothing? Oh, fantastic. I did it for nothing. Going a bunch of parts that I put a real light layer on. I'm gonna kind of touch up right now. Very heavy concentration by me over here. So sorry I wasn't more entertaining, but hopefully the act of me doing this was pretty entertaining for you as well. Man, this other side turned out great. That's the cool thing. I don't have to keep going into that side. On those dry areas. I'm gonna give you a good look at it while we chat for the next little bit. Oh my goodness, there's still so much paint here. Okay. Section will go bigger. But I'm pretty happy with it either way. What could I do? Just get out a fresh canvas or something. I need to do something with this paint. Right here. Which I would stop putting it in front of me. I keep resting my fingers on it and stuff. It's okay. This is mostly dry, though. I might hit these eyebrows. That might be my next paint now to get rid of the rest of this. You're not going to see it, unfortunately. Not all of it, anyway. But I'm going to let all this paint go to waste. Like I was telling Sam last session, I don't think this stuff is very savable. Dang. I don't know if you can see that very well. That's just like the dry side of the palette knife that I had resting in the air to kind of seal the stuff underneath it so that it wouldn't dry out too fast. Yeah, because now I'm looking at this thing. The eyebrows, or the ridge, rather, top ridge here, isn't really that pronounced even. I really want this like almost like cavern running here. Kind of define the fine. I guess it's not a definition necessarily. It's more just an issue of contrast of peaks and valleys kind of in this. And I want this large kind of like, yeah, canyon that kind of comes out into the ridge here. That's what I'm thinking. That's where my brain's at. Hope you all had fun hanging out with me while I make this mask. It was an interesting one. It was very quiet. And yeah, I appreciate you being here. Appreciate you sticking around. Again, you can find me at Lava Submersible, Instagram, and on TikTok. You can find me here every Tuesday. We've had a little bit of movement on the return of the Iron Hearts. I'm looking forward to coming back and playing one of the many characters I play in that game. It's one of my favorite things to do with some of my favorite people. And commissions open, making art all the time, want to make art for you. I can do just fine at all. I don't love doing like physical portraits or landscapes, but I could do those digitally easy enough. I can do digital pretty cheap, so I'm not charging an arm and a leg for all of my time and labor. As you can see, it's quite considerable for physical pieces. Um, Thank you. Yes, we have another episode of Ignore the Bird. You Awaken in a Strange Place, the TTRPG by Jacob Andrews of the Drophy channel. This next one is coming out on the 2nd of December. It is starring my good friends Nick and Alexis from Sam's Game, Sidequested, which you may have seen the trailer for already. Can't remember. Is that on YouTube already playing? Okay. So you can go digging for it through one of our Iron Hearts episodes has the preview in it, but the preview will be being released relatively soon once and it is on Patreon, which honestly, if you're gonna go see it, I would recommend seeing it on Patreon because that would help us out immensely. We're still trying to build up our Patreon, and it means a lot to us that we do. We are all working unpaid right now, and I think you see how much dedication we have to art and to this project. I really want to try and encourage you to give a look at our Patreon, see if it's worth it, and if you're capable of doing it, if it's within your means, give us a hand. We could really use it. And yeah, if you're watching, I've probably had your back in the past, helping or can in the future for any projects you're working on. No one should be going through this alone. Life is too hard. Art is too complicated. We all need collaborators. We all need friends. And yeah, anybody who sat here and watched me paint for 4 hours, I appreciate you. Damn, yeah. Yeah, so join the Patreon. Like, follow, subscribe on YouTube. Follow us on Twitter or Twitch. Check out our social medias and all that good stuff. We've got tons of projects coming out, tons of projects already made and ready for your consumption. I mean, I don't know if it'd take you months to get through everything we put out in the last year. So, yeah, thank you so much for sticking with us. It means a lot to me personally, and I know it means a lot to Sam and Zach and the rest of the crew here at Nerdcrafty. Yeah, I've run out of things to say. I'm just going to say goodbye and wish you all best, and I'll see you next week.